Okay. Well, let me also make sure that the internet is not currently open. What a shame. Okay, I'll just have to do the Discord posts next time. Okay, can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? I'm gonna do the... Hear me clear so far? Good, good, good. When the game audio actually starts, there'll be a little bit of a bigger test for that. But greetings. Welcome, welcome. Let's go ahead and switch scenes. But before I do so, I do want to take a second and just thank my subscribers this month, as well as my patrons. Thank you to Devious Grace again for the Tier 1 subscription. Please enjoy all the benefits that come with that. And I don't have any current donators, or, patrons, coffee members, that type of thing, but I do want to thank people nonetheless for having donated in the past. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and switch screens now so I can get the introductory cutscenes. Can everyone hear the icon selections and everything? Also, I have to tilt the screen. And moving this. Okay, let me see if I can. The stream is clearly a work in progress. Triangle camera is original. Thank you. Thank you. What's probably a little bit less original, though, is just, not having my face in the shot. Okay. Let's see if everyone can hear the game audio. I mean, I could see it on the... Looks like you're going to struggle to fit within the triangle, though. Probably, and I should probably increase the size of the camera while we're right here. Thank you for assisting with all this troubleshooting, by the way, Axel. I really appreciate it. You guys will have to let me know if the UI, also this triangle's now cut off. Cool. Let's try that. Think likely come here and there at the beginning, as long as you don't get spoiled for much of the game. I appreciate that, Axel, and having all this extra assistance with the mic check and a few other things is extremely nice. Of course, I have stories to tell about all this, about the week I've been gone, but that can wait. And you guys will have to let me know. Not specifically just Axel, but anyone in general. I feel like I'm slightly too far to the left. There we go. Yeah. Let me just say. So if you guys have large dogs, okay. Sorry, trying to fix the other monitor at the same exact time. If you guys have ever, watched someone handle a Great Dane before, my client has a Great Dane that they're going to be training up as a service dog. She's not even a year old yet. So, and you have to be a year old to go through service training. Oh, boy. Handling Great Dane puppies is just a different level of activity altogether. I know we're sitting here on a silent screen. Maybe this is preferable. We'll have to see. Yeah, she's like 8 or 9 months, or maybe even 10 months. She's not quite a year old yet. So in addition to just being a puppy and not really having a good internal muscle control, that's for bladder, sphincters, stuff like that. Great Danes under or experience rapid growth within the first year, and their skin gets extra itchy. They can often struggle. Great Danes become full adult a little later than many other breeds too. Yeah, humongo dog, but they do take a while to grow up, yes. And having to constantly yell at a puppy and, pull it away from the cat and the two other smaller dogs, one boxer and one mixed breed, like shelter pup, and keeping her from biting herself, which she does a lot, tail, paws, typical Great Dane stuff, and keeping her from biting the necks and paws of other dogs is physically taxing. And that's like the minor part of it. What a great intro. And by that, I mean, I haven't even told anyone who I am yet. Let's fix that. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome on in to the start of a new Let's Play. This is, let me get my controller nice and ready here. Welcome to what my patrons and coffee members have voted on, which is Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. This released in 2017 by Nintendo, by the same studios that have made all the other great Zelda titles, with maybe a couple of exceptions. Minish Cap and the Oracle games are an example of a different studio making a different part of the franchise. That's Capcom, for those who don't know. And Capcom and Nintendo don't exactly get along sometimes. Lots of creative differences, that type of thing. Breath of the Wild is really special because in 2017, when this was released, this marked the change in formula. Gonna leave here, I believe. Thank you very much for sticking in as long as you did, Axel, and I really do appreciate you helping me with the mic check and everything again. Thank you. Yeah, go eat, go sleep. Enjoy your sleep, enjoy your rest. You've earned it. Before you truly walk out the door. Axel is a content creator themselves and will be streaming this game, not necessarily with me, but kind of like alongside me, almost in parallel at the start of next month. So if you guys want more Breath of the Wild content, go check her out. I can't wait to tune into the streams. You're welcome, Axel. Anytime. No problem. All right, so this is the part, Axel, where I warn you that I'm going to start the game. And so if you don't want to get spoiled, I would highly recommend like muting the video player or whatever else here. I've already cleared out, and I'm going to turn my attention back to other folks. So I've already, prepared an account and everything in order to play through this. For those of you who've been here for a long time, like old channel veterans, will remember I used to stream this. I used to stream this and I was going for 100% back in the day, and then college happened and a bunch of other stuff, and I stopped. And so the patrons and all the people here in my audience on Twitch have basically opted to say, hey, you got stuff you haven't finished, buddy. I'd like you to do that now. Thanks. Bully voting, essentially. It's fine. We vote on games here, and if that's the tone it takes, then that's just kind of how it is. Anyway, let's fire up the game. But Breath of the Wild is very special. It's very special. It's the first time that there's been such a major cataclysmic, I guess it's the wrong descriptor, such a major frame shift for a game franchise. And boy, did Legend of Zelda benefit from this particular facelift.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
Oh boy, this is the sauciest you're ever gonna see him. Enjoy. I guess there's some saucier outfits he could be in. We get to deal with those a little bit later. There are lots of cutscenes in this. Yeah. So let me give you guys a little bit of a background about this game. I will say I am not 100% in the dark about it. And I have been playing in my off time to kind of familiarize myself with the basic layout of the game and, you know, just where we could end up going. And, you know, to get a general flow of how I want to approach this game. We're going for 100%. And that means getting all the Korok seeds, because there are a lot of them. Going for all the weapon slot upgrades, all the armor slot upgrades. All the memories, just the full experience. And I would like to say that I've experienced enough of that I've gotten a good feel for it. But once we actually get out of this place, I'll tell you my intended... Actually, once we get to a specific early point in the game, I will tell you, you know, what I intend to do in terms of where we're going.
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
And yes, we will be reading text too, so get ready. Strap in. It's going to be a much longer project than Steel Rising was. And much longer than what I originally attempted with Elden Ring Reforged. We've done about 60-ish episodes, streaming episodes, not the Let's Play series. I barely got that off the ground before stuff happened. I'm talking about the stream we did of exploring Elden Ring Reforged. That I think had like 60, 70 something episodes to it. This is gonna be longer than that, ladies and gentlemen. Mysterious tablet with a glowing center. You've never seen this device before, and yet there's something familiar about it. I want everyone to take note of the way that this game describes things to you. It's very important. It hints at the storytelling, is what it does. Okay, so far so good. I had to do that. I had to do that. I needed Link to stop himself in the foot. These old trousers are threadbare in spots, but they're surprisingly comfortable. The legs are a bit too short, though. Equip weapons, armor, and other gear here. But before that, we gotta stub his foot again. A thin shirt made long ago. It's coming apart at the seams, but it's better than nothing. The sleeves are a bit on the short side. All right, we'll go ahead and equip these things. There, now we're not buck-ass naked. Buck-ass naked. There will be some...
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way.
Da, da, da. Sorry, we're gonna sit here and watch this eye for 4 hours. Are you ready? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That would be very boring. That's like streaming paint dry. Authenticating. Sheikah slate confirmed. We're gonna talk to every single NPC. There's so much to this game. So much. And outside of like 2 DLC packs, which you get for free with the expansion pass.
Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
I look forward to showing you guys everything. Because this is a real cinematic joy to play with. And I've been enjoying playing through this again. Isn't that such a pretty scene? It's like, it would be a similarly powerful scene would be like gazing down the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Minus, you know, the tour guides you might see. Just look at how picturesque we're bumping into random controls. Just, oh no. Yeah, we gotta fix a few things, chat. Okay, camera sensitivity. We're not aiming with motion controls. F that noise. The apparatus puzzles, slight spoilers, do require gyroscopic motion controls, and I'm fine with those. I'm not good at them, but I'm fine with them being in the game. But, message window transparency. I have not seen this before. Okay. And I do not know what the Toy-Con VR goggles are. I have no idea. Let's walk around our surroundings. Surely we're gonna have to pick up some sticks, right? Wooden branches, such as this, are pretty common, but it's surprisingly well balanced. It doesn't do much damage, but can serve as a weapon in a pinch. Why attacks with a currently equipped weapon? And you've got your basics. You've got a 4-hit combo. You can backflip and do some jump attack. Obviously, we shouldn't demonstrate that with tree branches too much, but we use the D-pad to change the weapon. A common mushroom found near trees around Hyrule. Eat it to restore half a heart. Mushrooms. I do actually like mushrooms, for the record. It's the texture and the taste, both. But I've had bad mushrooms. Not poisonous mushrooms, but I've had poorly cooked mushrooms. They stink. Let me put it this way. With mushrooms, there are high highs, and then there are some really low lows. Some really low lows. Notice, this game is not very loud. It's very quiet. Crouching increases your stealth, making it easier to sneak up upon foes. I feel like I might need to move that camera or make the cutoff a little bit. Hold on, I gotta fix this with the combined chat dock here.
Link. Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
I was idling for 1 second, Zelda. No, actually, it's probably idling for like a minute. I idled for a minute. Yes, I see. And we can use the mini-map in the bottom right in order to help us navigate. So I'm going to adjust this display chat real quick. Let's try it like this. Now, if we want these insects on these trees, we kind of have to move very, 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 very slow and avoid going into brush, because that will definitely cause us to make a lot of noise. Bladed rhino beetle. This beetle's razor-sharp horns demand that you handle it with care. Boil the horns alongside monster parts to concoct an elixir that will raise your attack power. Ah yes, the cooking simulator. Frick. The cooking simulator. Oh, I can't wait to show you guys that. It's very amusing. There were apparently more bugs than I first thought. High-tail lizard. A lizard found throughout Hyrule. It's a bit slow to react at times, but if given a chance to escape, it will dart off quickly. Cook it with monster parts for a speed-boosting elixir. Any other insects? Not that I could see. That doesn't mean they're not present. We're just collecting a few things. Now, why is that here? Do I even want to know why that might be here? Dang, I'm already double tapping X when I don't need to. At least not yet, anyway. Before we talk to that old man there, we're gonna grab this woodcutter's tool of choice for felling trees. Its formidable weight and uneven balancing make it a slow, inefficient weapon. But it's excellent for chopping trees, which is what I really care about. This torch will stay lit once ignited, but if you put it away, the flame will be extinguished until you light it again. Well then, just help yourself to that torch there. And how, may I ask, are you planning to use it? To set things on fire. It's rather unnerving. Please be cautious with that around any dry grass that might catch fire. You know, there are plenty of monsters in this area. That torch would make a good weapon, if need be. However, do not just swing it around without purpose. You must face your opponents and lock your sights on them. It is a bit strange to see another soul in these parts. Me? I'll spare you my life story. I'm just an old fool who's lived here alone for quite some time now. What brings a bright-eyed young man like you to a place like this? Where are we? Answering a question with a question. That is fair enough, as I cannot imagine our meeting to be a simple coincidence. Oh, gee, thanks, old man. Sure, yeah. I bet our meeting isn't coincidence. I shall tell you. This is the Great Plateau. According to legend, this is the birthplace of the entire kingdom of Hyrule. He gestures with his lantern. Apparently. That temple there. Long ago, it was the site of many sacred ceremonies. Ever since the decline of the kingdom 100 years ago, it has sat abandoned in a state of decay. Yet another forgotten entity, a mere ghost of its former self. Food. Baked apple. Direct heat has softened and sweetened this apple. Eat it to restore 3/4 of a heart. I beg your pardon. I do believe that is my baked apple. You can't just go about taking whatever you please. Who's gonna stop me, Oh, forgive me. I could not resist pulling your leg. Also, if you really wanted to eat that apple, you would have just, I don't know, maybe, and this is a bit of a stretch to say, you would have kept it on you? Please help yourself. An opulent, apple plus succulent. Opulent. An apple and an open flame make for a succulent treat. Jesus. This is going to be a riveting play if I can't read properly. Well, are you going to tell me anything else about yourself? What are you doing? I'm relaxing by the fireside, of course. Although I'll need to cook myself another baked apple at some point. Simple foods such as apples are fine to eat raw, but roasting them on a fire makes them tastier and more nutritious. Okay. And look, there's an apple tree right there. Now we could leave the apple tree, or we can actually cut a tree. A common fruit found on trees all around Hyrule. Eat it fresh or cook it to increase its effect. A portable bundle of wood. You can use this to make a campfire if you have something to light it. Might as well pick up all these tree branches and everything. And I'll let you in on a little secret, chat. You should be getting your grubby mitts on everything. Climb everything. Swim everywhere. Touch everything. Because only by touching everything are you going to be able to discern what's what. Because Link has the discretion of a 5-year-old toddler. And needs to touch things to know what they are. I'm kidding about that last part, by the way. Bird egg. A fresh bird egg necessary for making dishes such as omelets and crepes. You usually make that with pancakes, though, not eggs. You could snag them from birds' nests if you're sneaky. That part's a lie. All the bird nests are like this. You could just climb on trees and get the eggs. Nutritious and delicious. Perfect for cooking. 2 eggs per tree at all times. Always. And I guess I'll demonstrate the climbing while we're here. Although, I did not want to do it this way. Often found on the ground near trees, squirrels adore this nut. so you may have competition while foraging. Add one to a meal for a nutty seasoning. Alright, so we can climb normally. You can just run up to anything that looks climbable, and you can start climbing. The steeper the incline, the more stamina Link has to spend in order to climb, period. Climbing up, as indicated by the red wedges, which are barely noticeable, but you can notice them if you're playing. Climbing up costs more stamina than to climb down, but it is safer to climb up rather than to climb down, because the temptation will be to let go in order to get stamina, and then you won't grab the wall in time. Or there'll be a bunch of sliding everywhere. Trust me, climbing definitely, there's definitely a few ins and outs to climbing you should just get used to here in the early part of the game, rather than waiting until later. And if you want to spend a whole bunch of stamina at once, you can just press the jump button while you're climbing, and you'll spend, I think, like a third or a quarter of your stamina wheel, in order to jump up a short distance. It's not very effective while we have the stamina level we have now, but once we get more stamina, because that is something we can do, we will definitely be able to climb tons and tons of places. Did I just... And here we have our first enemy. So basically, that just explained, because the text went by super fast. I will have to figure out where to place this, place you guys. Because, man, if I don't do this right, there's gonna be some problems. Any attack that causes a weapon to break becomes a critical hit, dealing double damage. And the other bit of text is just, you know, if we dodge at the right time, we get a perfect dodge. If we do a perfect dodge, by dodging right at the last moment, you'll get to perform a flurry rush, which lets you attack multiple times with various weapons. All without the enemy being able to retaliate in kind. Bokoblin Horn. The severed horn of a bokoblin, a creature often encountered on the plains of Hyrule. It isn't edible, but it can be tossed into a stew with some critters to make an elixir. So we've got the food and monster parts all separate now. You use the food to make meals, you use the monster part to make potions, more or less. To put this in veteran terms that any Legend of Zelda fan would probably understand. A gelatinous substance that came from a choo-choo. It's unusable in this state, but applying a bit of elemental stimulation will change its form. Okay. Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure I caught that cough before bad things happened. So, this is probably just a little bit of a PSA for people that are, you know, returning here. I'm changing the ad structure. I'm going to be running way more than a minute and a half of ads. However, all my breaks are the same length of time as the ads I would normally run, or as the ad length that we're running. So I only ever take 3 minutes to get up and do anything now. That's going to be the goal. Which means I definitely want to make sure... seared steak. Which means I'm going to make sure... I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure I, you know, stick to this new schedule and really kind of eliminate all that pre-roll. The consensus generally seems to be potato patata, but if you're trying to get discovered, then you kind of need to care about pre-roll. So the mid-roll ads have to kind of be here. Oops. Sorry. We're going to see how this goes. We can always return back to a minute and a half of ads later. If this doesn't work or people find it annoying. Nice. I was so looking. I need to not be too close. Trying to break a damn barrel. Oh my god. Really? Alright, I'm whipping out the axe. Cool. I'm glad we had this little tay-to-tay barrel. I really am. So yeah, this game doesn't have much in terms of music. It's like Dark Souls 3. There's really, you're getting ambient noises and that's it. There is some level music, but it's mostly in like cities and such, where there's actually music. Ancient spring. A spring used in ancient machinery. It is light and buoyant enough to float on water. And no matter how many times it's compressed, it never loses tension. Get that club, get that club, get that club. A crude bokoblin club made to clobber small prey. It's essentially a stick, so its durability is low. Ah, you're not tricking me, game. We're using sticks. And I have my reasons for going here instead of going toward, frick. Instead of going toward, you know, the point marked on our map. Now give me that stick. Thank you. What's in here? But beforehand, this never gets old. I love this. Traditional dress trousers of Hyrule. The plush fabric makes these trousers quite comfortable, and their high durability makes them ideal for travelers. Now we just need a not threadbare shirt, and then we won't be showing torso skin anymore. Frick! But don't underestimate bokoblin clubs, even though they're not, they may not be durable, but they are very effective at their job. Very, very effective. The more, and we'll get higher quality clubs later from various enemies that deal more attack damage and are generally more durable. You'll see, the club is actually one of my favorite weapons in games, period. Clubs, maces, morning stars. There's a Baton Kato's character by the name of Millie, in the prequel sequel. So in the prequel game after the original, and she uses a pair of clubs to attack with. And she has some of my favorite returning mechanics. Or she has like one of my favorite gimmicky mechanics for that game. I'm also a giant fan of dual wielding, by the way, because that's much easier. Well, actually, dual wielding is not like practical from a combat standpoint. You're much better off, you know, having something in one hand and not having anything in the other for other purposes. A screw used in ancient machinery. It's made of an unknown material, and no matter how many times it's turned, its threads never seem to show signs of wear. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, we'll need to be quiet for just a second. Shh. We're hunting butterflies. Aha! A butterfly found in the woods. In the woods and plains of warm regions. Its wings absorb the warmth of the sun. Cook it with monster parts to create an elixir that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. You'll get these little bits of piano sometimes, but that's about all the music you get for the most part. Having to be very, very, very quiet. There. Perfect. And now we're gonna go, salvage all these dead guardians that are right here. Did we already get that? Let's see. A spring used in ancient machinery. It is light and buoyant enough to float on water, and no matter how many times it's compressed, it never loses tension. Does that make all of, the basic ones? No, there are definitely more. There it is. I was wondering if there was going to be a third one. A gear used in ancient machinery. Despite being incredibly old, its build quality is leaps and bounds above anything built using current technology. What we're going to do is we're going to... Never mind. I was going to attempt to sneak up on him, but... we needed to side hop there. Thank you. Yeah, it's really important you know how to stop your flurry rushes. If you don't stop the flurry rush, you'll be spending unnecessary weapon durability when you don't need to. So that is something you want to watch out for when you're playing this game. And it's very worth your while to, harvest these ancient parts from these dead golems. Trust me, it's very much worth your time. We're gonna need it for some stuff in the late game. So I would definitely get used to poking around ruins and stuff, looking for the decayed corpses of any, guardians that are around here. At least I think they're guardians. Maybe the game will give us a different name. We'll have to see. Otherwise, oops, spoilers. Sorry. Oh, cool, we can just dash over these.
What's up, the fuck?
F, yes, you're still on. Meep. So, did you have a request for words, not words you didn't want me to say, Devious, or not really? Because you do have to enter a text prompt with that. But welcome on in, Devious. Welcome on in. Good to see you. How are you doing? In health and in spirit? Nope. Okay, that's fair. Just having fun? No problem. For those of you who don't know Devious Grace, please go check them out. They're a variety content creator like myself. they play horror stuff. Driving home, homie, no problem. No problem. Glad you could make it, though, in all seriousness. You're gonna be in for a real treat. Link, I don't know what you thought you were doing, but stepping on a pot and then wall running up was not what I had in mind. A bundle of 5 common arrows. The shafts of these arrows were carved from the wood of a sturdy tree. Neat. We're gonna chuck this one. I believe here's where we get a ranged weapon. Yeah, the Traveler's Bow, a small bow used by travelers for protection. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it can be used to attack foes from a distance. This is what I was trying to deal with. So we have the ability to set off bombs or otherwise, otherwise lure enemies, or we could even get headshots. That's something that this game lets you do, is headshots. It's really fun. It's really fun to do. Gives the game a shooter element that it doesn't otherwise have. Even Skyward Sword didn't have the capacity for headshots. They didn't really matter. Pray. The goddess statue smiles upon you, and that's it. Alright. We can also run. We can run. You can hold down the B button on your Nintendo Switch, and you'll be able to run. Really nice. We're just gonna take some time and kind of like explore, reconnoiter, find out what it is we need to do. And boy, does this game have many places that we can, get up and climb, get up and explore. Frick. Get up there, get up there. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, there's not a hole there, though. I didn't think so. I don't think we're gonna be able to climb this. No, I didn't think so. Yeah, you kind of have to climb this from the outside going up. But I want to say this is something you can reasonably do on one wheel of stamina. You just need to take your time. You just have to be patient. Climbing is kind of a slow process. I do want to thank everyone so much for, coming back and hanging out with me, even after I've been gone for 6 days. Are you serious right now, game? I really do appreciate it. You guys mean the world to me. And even though I do this, I have my client jobs to make money, I always like being able to come back home to my audience. Okay. Sit here and recover for a second. And here we are at the top of the church, or top of the temple. This is the Temple of Time. No. I thought there had been like an area card or an area title that showed that off, but maybe not. Hello. A soldier's bow. A bow designed for armed conflict. Inflicts more damage than a civilian bow, but it will still burn if it touches fire. Okay, and now we, drop down. not good. We just get to sit here and absorb this game's ambience. Isn't this great? No music. Nothing even remotely, repetitive or annoying. But now we might run into the opposite problem as a channel, and people might find it entirely too quiet. Entirely too quiet. We'll see. We will see. For now, let's make it to that point that we were instructed to do. Making sure to climb every big tree we see along the way. Looking for acorns and bird eggs. I remember my dad would tell me stories about he would climb pecan trees and shake them down and sell buckets of them for Christmas gift money for myself and my sibling. Kind of seems like we all have to shake hypothetical, theoretical, even real pecan trees this year, and perhaps for the next 4 years, in order to make ends meet in this dangerous world. Sounds like that point's over here. Yeah, that's the thing about running. If you run in this game, you'll be making way too much noise and things will just spook in a heartbeat. Lizards, frogs, butterflies. If you want to collect any of that stuff, you gotta be nice and stealthy. And that's hard to do when you're wearing clothes. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. There's a little bit more noise. Wi-Fi clicked on. Nice, nice. I'm doing well enough, Devious. Thank you. How about yourself? Do I have enough time? I might have enough time for this if I skip out on the bokoblins that are off to the left there. Been rough. Someone stole your card info? Yikes. Yeah, big yikes. I hope you were able to get that card shut down. Place the Sheikah slate in the pedestal. Fixed it, just waiting on the card, working hard. I hear ya. That's good. I'm glad it's fixed. Link, what are you doing? Put the thing in the thing. While we wait for this cutscene, because there is a big cutscene coming. Sheikah Tower activated. Please watch for falling rocks. I'm going to go ahead and shout out the Discord while I'm here. And, if you guys like this content and want to see more of it, and you haven't done so already, subscribe, follow on YouTube or Twitch. Share the channel. Share the channel with your friends, family, coworkers, and so on. All of these things help the channel grow in ways that are hard to dismiss. Great Plateau Tower. Distilling local information. Beautiful. Cell-shaded beauty. This is how we unlock our maps, by the way, as by entering these guide or these plateau towers and activating them. Regional map extracted.
Try to remember. You have been asleep for the past 100 years. The beast. When the beast regains its true power, this world will face its end.
Get that man a coffee. He needs it.
Now then. You must hurry, Link. Before it's too late.
Follow the Sheikah slate. Complete. Okay. For those who are new here, as well as for those who are returning back here, I have changed my ad structure again. I'm gonna, make sure I say this now, because I'm not gonna say it again when we take future breaks. I am now running 3 minutes of ads every hour for the full pre-roll experience. If you guys don't want to deal with ads and you don't have a subscription, I highly recommend it. I recommend a tier 1 subscription. That saves money and you get a whole bunch of other benefits. If, however, you're like, I want to watch 15 different streamers, which is your right. A lot of people, including myself, sometimes treat Twitch like it's YouTube. I begrudgingly recommend Twitch Turbo for $16 US, I'm pretty sure, plus tax. You get the ability to cut out all ads from all streaming channels, and we still get the revenue that we would otherwise miss from you running an ad blocker. I would really recommend this. Although that said, I don't blame you if you run an ad blocker, and that's the end of that. I really don't. Just putting that out there. I've changed the ad structure. It's twice as long now, but the intermissions are not any longer than the ad breaks. So I really recommend that you guys get up, stretch, grab a snack, and whatever else you're going to do, because we're going to take that break now. I want to thank everybody again. It's the last time I'm going to do so for the remainder of the stream. And when we come back, we'll pick up right where we left off. Get your spicy salsa. Exactly. What was I saying? Right. We'll pick right back up where we left off. See you guys after the break. Thanks. I'm back. We're gonna wait here for just a minute, for just a couple of moments while we let the ads finish. How are we all doing? How is everyone enjoying the quietude of the game? Okay, I believe the ads have just finished. We should be good to go now. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome on back. The the stream overlays are a little bit of work in progress. Trying some new things in terms of like the overlay design, and also scrapping some old ideas. Some old ideas that I was previously using for the stream overlays and everything. Plus, this is a big game. I want you guys to be able to see as much of this as possible. I could hide my face. I could take you guys off the screen, but I think that would... I think if I do that, you know, that would harken back to too early a time, one, and two, more importantly, people know my face. People want to see it. It really stinks when you can't see a streamer's face that you're used to seeing during live stream content for a silly reason like, well, not a silly reason, but maybe only a semi-compelling reason like, oh, I want to show you guys the game screen. I'm still trying to find a balance on this, but hopefully, you know, we'll iron that out as time passes. Please let me know what you guys think of the, you know, webcam or the audio balancing, or what you think of the game. I do take... I wish I could alt-tab and show this to you, but I'm literally on a different display right now. I can't. If you guys want to give me suggestions, you're more than free to do so on my Discord, which I previously shilled a moment ago. We vote on things. In fact, the length of time we spend on breaks is something that got changed because you guys voted. The only discrepancy was how long should the break be, as well as, you know, should we mute the audio, in which people were like, no, don't do that. If you guys want your voices heard on even stream features like that, get in the Discord, and whenever the votes come up, vote. I try to give a reasonable deadline, somewhere between 72 and like 144 hours. On most votes, there's some items where I've given you guys less time than that, but it's meant to sort of be a quick vote at that point. But we do vote on stuff here. The presence of the chat bot, or, you know, what game we're playing, all that fun stuff, all that comes up for a vote. And the only place you're going to be able to vote is here on the Discord, so get on it. Otherwise, you know, feel free to just kind of watch me work my magic. Your choice. So now we're gonna climb down. And we're just gonna kind of drop down the platforms. Being careful not to, you know, take a plummet toward death here. Right on time. Dun, 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 dun. My. It would seem we have quite the enigma here. This tower and others just like it have erupted across the land, one after another. It is almost as though a long-dormant power has awoken quite suddenly. If you do not mind me asking, did anything odd occur while you were atop that tower? Jeez, dude. You're totally not meddling in affairs that don't concern you. I heard a voice. Well now, a voice, you say? And did you happen to recognize this mysterious voice? No. I see. Well, that is unfortunate. I assume you caught sight of that atrocity enshrouding the castle. That is Calamity Ganon. 100 years ago, that vile entity brought the kingdom of Hyrule to ruin. It appeared suddenly and destroyed everything in its path. So many innocent lives were lost in its wake. For a century, the very symbol of our kingdom, Hyrule Castle, has managed to contain that evil, but just barely. There it festers, building its strength for the moment it will unleash its blight upon the land once again. It would appear that moment is fast approaching.
Oh.
I must ask you, courageous one, do you intend to make your way to the castle? I only just woke up, dude. Thanks for the hype emotes, I really appreciate that. Yes, I do intend to go to the castle. Today someone was petty. At work? At work, Devious? Or while you were out doing other things, out of curiosity? At work? I'm sorry that you experienced that. Pettiness is a double-edged sword. It can feel good to be petty to someone or something in the short term, but in the long term, long haul, pettiness begets pettiness, and pettiness sometimes begets more. Some lady refunded her tip and didn't want me to fix it. You groom pets, right? Yeah, it was an easy fix. Okay, so I'm thinking about this from the perspective of the pet owner and you. Unfortunately, that's kind of a common thing, is you're really not allowed. Said it was too long. Oh, so you just didn't cut enough? That seems like an easy... Yeah, that's such a shame. It didn't have to be that way. Then too short the last time? Well, I mean... Yeah, probably still fixable, but if it's too short, then you can't add hair. And they refunded everything? Yeah, sadness. Them's the breaks for customer service related jobs, or where the job is a service. I'm sorry you experienced that, for the record. Really and truly. Hashtag not sponsored by Coke. Yeah, it's Christmas, which makes it worse.
Useless flesh.
Then again, it's 2024, Devious. It's 2024, about to be 2025, and this world is more dangerous than ever before, and people are more distrusting than ever before. Will it end this year? I don't know. I don't know. I sure hope to God not. I'm praying for it not to, but you never know. I had a feeling you would say that. Here in this isolated plateau, we are surrounded on all sides by steep cliffs with no way down. Good end of the Millennium movies, man. Not really a movie goer or enjoyer, but yeah, I think I get the general gist of what you're talking about. These times do seem like something that comes straight out of a movie, don't they? Like something that an artist would say, I have an idea for a new movie script. And it's off to the Blockbuster Studios to get minted out. The End of Days is great. Is that a specific movie? If you were to try to jump off, well, no death could be more certain or more foolish. Of course, that is a movie. Okay, good to know. Like I said, not a movie enjoyer. not a moviegoer. There are few films I'm actually really, truly aware of. Let me put it this way. There's a movie called Young Adult starring Charlize Theron and Patton Oswalt, among other things. And I remember that, which is a film that I'm quite sure only a handful of people even remember Charlize Theron taking a part of or having such a big role. But some of her more recent work, I could really only guess. Snow White and the Huntsman? I know that's one of them. But there are plenty more. And I don't care about film enough to remember. Not really. I'm definitely a gamer. And more often, outside of video gaming, I'm also an eclectic connoisseur of certain books. More than I watch film. I like books more than I like film. Ugh. I'm gonna have to turn around and blow my nose. Excuse me for just a minute, because it's itching something fierce right now. Is that gonna be... Yep, just gonna wink that out for a second. When your nostril itches, there are few things a man can do besides actually take a tissue or a paper towel and actually, dig around, get rid of the itch. Ugh. But unlike some people that I've watched on stream, and that's not a call out to anyone here in chat or anything, it's just, it's something I have watched some prominent streamers do. And you see clips of it sometimes. If you're gonna do more than rub a knuckle on the edge of your nose, or rub a finger on the left or right hand sides of your nostrils, just flick off the camera and go do it. Don't pick your nose in front of people on camera. That's disgusting. You should give it a chance. That movie is awesome. It's about the devil, and it has Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's probably a pretty young Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Has to have been. These days, he's like a grizzled ex-governor. Of course, if you had a paraglider like mine, that would be quite another story. Paraglider? Oh, piqued your interest, have I? Yes, I didn't come soaring down here on my own feathery wings, We know. We saw, old man. We saw you glide down here and say, "Whoa, hold your horses. I need to talk to you." I'll ask my folks about, End of Days and see what they have to say about it. Because my dad is definitely a film buff. And my stepmother and my biological mom both have watched many more films than I have. I've seen Young Adult. I've seen V for Vendetta. I've seen Of Gods and Men. I've seen some of the Christian Bale Batmans. I've seen the latest Doctor Strange film. That's really about it. I feel like not a lot of people know about it. That's fair. It's probably a pretty old film. These days, most people are talking about stuff that got released in the 2000s. Stuff that was released earlier is like Twister. People are only familiar with Twister. I suppose that's another one under my belt here. Is because it's kind of a cult classic. Or The Breakfast Club or The Outsiders. They're things that you read about or watch in literature classes in school and do book or film reports on. If I'm not working or gaming or taking care of your animals, you're watching Law & Order SVU, fair. My mom used to be a pretty avid enjoyer of that series. I never really got into it, but I at least understood the gravitas the gravitas that it employed in order to talk about the things that it did. It's really, really important that they discuss those things. Sexual assault is not a nice subject, and that's like the tip of the iceberg on what they talk about. Worry not, I will happily agree to give you my paraglider, but not for nothing. Fair, fair. Let's see now. How about I trade it for a bit of treasure that slumbers nearby? The isolated plateau. You're gonna make me walk, aren't you? You're gonna be an escort. Come, let me show you something. What did I called it? Of course, I knew this was gonna happen. I said before that this is not a blind or a first-time experience. We did stop about midway through beforehand. All right, old man. What you gonna say this time?
Ooh.
Do you see that structure there? The one shining with a strange light. Oh, that black and yellow thing over there? Black and orange, excuse me. It began glowing at the exact moment those towers rose up from the ground. I would think such a place might house some sort of treasure, wouldn't you? Treasure for the paraglider? A fair exchange, I believe. Go on, fetch me any treasure you find inside that shrine. I'm looking forward to a successful return. Okay. So here we get our first introduction into water. We can swim. An ordinary fish, the itchy nostril is happening again, can be found all over Hyrule. It can be eaten raw, but cooking it amplifies its healing benefits. You definitely don't want to drown in this game. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You do not want to do this. Please tell me the YouTube... Yeah, I saw it work. I put the Discord thing in YouTube and saw it. We don't have too far to meander through. We're just exploring some old ruins. That's pretty much what this place is now. It's one giant ruin. Once we get off the plateau, I'll happily tell you what this place is sort of supposed to be. But for now, just know the Temple of Time has something to do with it. You gonna come back, Sir Butterfly? Madam Butterfly? Excuse me? Madam Butterfly. Saint Butterfly. I don't know. I keep wanting to go into a specific song, but I'm afraid I'll, really, truly mess it up. Anyone a hymn enjoyer? I'm a hymn enjoyer, as in capital H-I-M. These days, I kind of know that it's Gil Velo and the Agents. That's his new project, but there's I don't enjoy every hymn track, but I do enjoy a fair number of them. I like some alt rock from time to time, which I guess is essentially how I would class that series that band's work is alt rock. Not strictly metal, not strictly rock, somewhere in between. Gil Velo has an incredible range that really should not be underestimated. If anyone has not checked out him, or more specifically Gil Velo, you should really do so. It's a real treat to listen to. The last two albums before him disbanded are probably the best ones, but they're a bit on the heavier side. But Dark Light is another one that's a little bit more ancient, but still serves the purpose of great tracks to listen to. Hello. Ooh, EX chest. ruby, a precious red gem mined from large ore deposits found throughout Hyrule. Rubies contain the power of fire and have fetched a high price since ancient times. Now, here's the deal with the shrines. We're gonna watch the cutscenes for all of them the first time, and then after that, I'm gonna skip certain ones from then on. Sheikah Slate confirmed. Travel gate registered to map. Access granted. To you who set foot in this shrine, I am Omen Awe. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer you this trial. Magnesis Trial. Omen Owl's Shrine. These first few shrines are going to give us everything we need in order to, you know, go through and beat the game. Sheikah Slate authenticated. Distilling rune. Magnesis. Manipulate metallic objects using magnetism. Grab onto metallic objects using the magnetic energy that pours forth from the magnesis rune. Objects held in the magnetic snare can be lifted up and moved freely. Rune extracted. And we can use the rune by, you know, pressing the left bumper button on our Nintendo Switch controller or on a Joy-Con. It's the same shoulder button either way. I'm sorry, it would be the bumper. It's the same bumper button, but not necessarily the same. Right, they're both shoulder buttons. This one is the bumper, and this one is the trigger. That's right. Sorry, I got tripped up over my own wording there. All right, let's use our new rune right away. Easy enough, easy enough. And these shrines are kind of like mini dungeons. They hold some puzzles in them. They host some puzzles, and it's our job to solve them. This was one of the more contentious changes that were made. So gone are like the mini dungeons and, you know, grottos and caverns, and they're all replaced by shrines. Some people really like this. Other people said, hashtag not my Zelda. Some people said, hashtag not my Zelda. And, you know, proceeded to just tune out of the game entirely. Even more people did this when Tears of the Kingdom, which was largely the same game, but with different plot and mechanics, came out. But exact same engine? Yeah, a lot of people tuned out from that. Cool, we do in fact have to do this. You can use both the left and the right stick and the D-pad in order to move objects the way you need to move them. And just like that. we've, you know, crossed the gap. And our reward is another bow. That's not the best reward ever, but weapons are generally pretty nice rewards in this game, generally speaking. Same deal with these cutscenes. I'll show them once and then we'll skip them from then on. In fact, I think we have to watch these the first time. You have proven to possess the resolve of a true hero. I am Omen Al, the creator of this trial. I am a humble monk, blessed with the sight of Goddess Hylia and dedicated to helping those who seek to defeat Ganon. With your arrival, my duty is now fulfilled. In the name of Goddess Hylia, allow me to bestow this gift upon you. Please accept this spirit orb. I want you to make note of the hand gestures this monk is exhibiting. Pay good note to that, because there are going to be some things that happen in future shrines. Spirit Orb, a symbol of courage given to those who have overcome the challenges of a shrine. Getting a Spirit Orb refreshes your health. May the goddess smile upon you. And with that, they can finally move on. This game is introducing you to the gameplay loop, you know, one step at a time. One little contrivance at a time.
Oh!
Oh! Yes, old man, what is it this time? It seems you managed to get your hands on a spirit orb. Well done. How did you know? Clairvoyance. Oh ho, or perhaps just something similar. As one gets older, it can become more difficult to see what is right before one's own eyes. However, that which was once hidden from view can often be crystal clear. Quit speaking in tongues. But perhaps that is not true for everyone. Oh ho, it's almost like the vaguer you speak, the more you confirm the fourth wall break here. The appearance of those towers and the awakening of this shrine. It is all connected to that Sheikah slate you carry on your hip there. I like how you can repeatedly ask for the paraglider, by the way. What do you mean? It has been quite some time since I have seen that Sheikah slate. Long ago, a highly advanced tribe known as the Sheikah inhabited these lands. The great power of their wisdom saved this kingdom time and time again, but their ancient technology disappeared long ago, or so it is said. It is interesting, however, to think that something like that survived all this time, hidden away in a shrine. These shrines are tucked away in numerous places all across this land. On this plateau alone, I believe there are still 3 more. Bring me the treasure from each of those shrines and I will give you my paraglider. That wasn't the deal. Oh, well, I suppose I changed my mind. There is the nib-knob twister if ever I saw it. I'm sure that won't be a problem for a young go-getter like you. Since I'm feeling generous, I will also teach you a trick for finding shrines. It's always best to survey the area by looking around from a high point. Let's see, how about you make your way to the top of that tower again? Got it. I admire your eagerness. But allow me to teach you something else before you go. Take a look at the map on your Sheikah slate.
Oh.
See those blue icons? You should recognize the cave where you woke, the shrine you came from, and the tower. You can travel instantly to any of those places with the Sheikah slate. Yeah, it mentioned something about a travel gate, right? Or so I heard quite some time ago. I do not know if it actually works as such. Try traveling to the top of that tower. From there, you should be able to scout the location of another shrine. You sure do know a lot, old man. Oh, when you've been around as long as I have, you pick up a thing or two. I don't think you pick up ancient secrets and, hidden technology cloistered in shrines that only I can go into, apparently. Go on, why not try it out? Go on, let's just not entertain the possibility of a fourth wall break. How about I drop this on you and see what happens? It is so good. That was so worth it. Go on, get to the top of that tower and find those remaining shrines. I'm gonna make you repeat this again. Open the map on your Sheikah slate. Oh, it tells you straight up now. And select the blue tower icon. You'll be able to travel there instantly that way. All right, fine. But before we do this, you can break metal crates like this by dropping them from the highest point you can with the magnesis rune. Roasted bass. A bass that's been cooked whole over an open flame. It's flaky and savory smelling. Offers more hearts than the raw version. We're gonna grab these chests. A fossilized resin with a caramel-esque sheen to it. It's been valued as a component in decorations and crafting since ancient times. And we got this one. Opal, a valuable ore that gives off a mesmerizing iridescence similar to the inside of a seashell. It contains the power of water. Yeah, there is some references to elemental animation, like elemental anima. Fire, water, electricity, all the 9 yards. Anything else? Okay, cool. Now that we have that, Hero's Path mode unlocked. Press X on the map screen to see your journey's path thus far. So we can see where we've walked, essentially. We spent a lot of time at the Temple of Time. Let's do what that old fart said and go back to the Plateau Tower. This is how we fast travel, by the way. For a while, it's going to be in our best interest not to do that. Why? Because we need to go and grind ingredients. And the only way we do that is by traveling on foot everywhere. I'm surprised it took you so long to catch up with an old man like me. Did you fly here? Oh, so you think an old man like me needs to fly to stay ahead of you? I still have a few tricks left in me. That's code word for... Okay, I cracked the code. Something, something. There's a new world order. I think it's a weird Al Yankovic song. Go listen to that, not whatever horrid rendition I tried to do. Now then, I wanted you to join me up here so you could use this as a vantage point to search for shrines. Did you know about the scope on your Sheikah slate? Look through it and you can stick a pin anywhere you'd like to mark on the map. Scope and pins. View distant things and mark them with pins.
Ooh.
The pins on your map serve as reference points for your travels. Just stick a pin anywhere you're interested in. How do you know? Oh, just a few tricks I picked up after many, many years in the wild. That's code for no the hell you didn't, you old man. You may take my advice or leave it. Go ahead and take a look if you feel inclined to do so. You're not fooling me. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright, marked. Having trouble fighting the shrines? Just remembered something that may help you. You could review some of the abilities you've learned on the pause screen. Nice. If you're searching for shrines, use the scope on your Sheikah slate. They just tell you the same thing over and over again. Yes, he just points you to the menu and says, look at the tutorial, you wimp. Okay. You've looked at the tutorial. I'm still lost, old man. Help me out here. You can look at look through the scope on your Sheikah slate. Place pins. I feel like we're at that stage of the tutorial where now instead of over-explaining the tutorial, now they just say the same thing again, worded differently. Neato burrito. Alright, we're gonna go bash some skulls in now. We can actually do that. Boko bow, a basic bokoblin bow made of wood. It's made by taking any tree branch and just tying a string to either end, so don't expect much in the way of combat effectiveness. Nice. Go ahead and equip that. And we'll put on another Boko club. Bokoblin Fang, a tooth obtained from a bokoblin. It's worn down and not very sharp, but it's still pretty hard. Cook it alongside a critter to make an elixir. How many times did I just teach you this lesson, old bokoblin? Ooh, look shiny, pretty. If you see glitters in the on the ground, you should pick them up. For the most part, they usually are arrows, but they can often be other things as well. And now we have 25 arrows to actually use for other purposes. Hit an enemy's head to perform a critical hit that deals twice damage. Boko Spear. A spear haphazardly carved from a large tree branch. It looks like its original intent was for skewering meat and cooking it, but it does have some combat merit as well. Go ahead and switch to the spear for now. Go back to what you were doing. We're gonna sneak around and see if we can't kill these guys from the back. Cool. Oh. Yeah. You picked up your club. Seared steak. Raw meat cooked over an open flame. Cooking it has increased its flavor and the number of hearts it provides. Could have swore there was something else, but I guess not. Nice. Extra nice. Oh my god. There we go. That only took 5 ever to do. I wanted to go ahead and mention that I won't be streaming at the usual time tomorrow either. I just got a call not that long ago from my mom, and I had someone on her side of the family pass recently, so we're kind of going to spend time together with our uncle, also on her side of the family, tomorrow. I want to say my mom twisted her ankle, so we'll, for the most part, be housebound, but I'm going to figure out some way to make it up to you guys. I don't know what that's going to look like yet. Just know that tomorrow is going to look different as well. I will adjust that on the Google Calendar. I'm waiting to hear back from her about what time that is supposed to start. But as soon as it starts, you guys will be able to, you know... You're gonna tilt your head? You're gonna tilt your head right? Frick. Okay, come on. I have to focus right this second. Take those quickly. Spiked Boko Shield. A Boko Shield made of slightly stronger wood and reinforced with animal bones. Spiked Boko Club. A reinforced bokoblin club made to maximize damage. The sharpened bones jabbed into it make it a brutal weapon. And they, of course, had to be tied down with rope. Keese Wing. The wing of a Keese. It's covered with very short, sharp fur. It's not much use by itself, but you can mix it with critters to make something useful. Keese Eyeball, a rare material dropped by a defeated Keese. It's fun to look at, but it doesn't seem to have much use at first glance, but it must be good for something. Nice, random critical hit is random. Where's the other? Okay, there's definitely some arrows that have been fired so far. But the fangs and horns are kind of what I was looking for. And usually for clearing out these little camps, you get a chest at the end that's, that usually has some item in it or another that's useful. Typically a weapon, but sometimes it's a collectible or, like a ingredient or something. Let's see what this one is. Fire arrows. A bundle of 5 fire arrows. Fire arrows break apart on impact, igniting objects in the immediate area. Incredibly effective against cold things. And you can, just like how you can toggle between shields and swords, when your melee weapons are out, you can toggle between ammunition types and bow types, the same way. It's neat stuff, really. The gameplay system is pretty simple, but well rewarding once you take the time to master it. And now we're gonna make our way toward another shrine and advance the story again, finally. It's been entirely too long since we've done that. Oh, hello. There's a tree here. Does it have a nest with bird eggs in it? Sure hope to God that's the case. No, I was afraid not. Nice, nice, Amber. Any other fish, or just those two? Just those two fish, as far as I can see. Here's one of the places that have tons of, like, these dead ancient guardian-like things. And, you should definitely take the time to strip out the corpses from their more useful loot. Headshotting a stall variant enemy is usually enough to end the fight against solitary ones on the spot. Frick. About this one, there's also a bird nest up here. Drat, no such luck. Oh well, it happens. I'm gonna take this time to probably shill just a little bit about the subscriptions and stuff. If you guys want to financially support me in any capacity, please note that first, you never have to do that, but should you want to do that, I do have plenty of levers for you guys to press. If you guys want semi-exclusive content on Patreon and Ko-fi, I definitely recommend those platforms, no matter which other one you're on. Twitch, YouTube, or Trovo, whenever I get around to it. I need to pay attention. There's one. Where is this butterfly going? Come on. There we go. That only took 5 ever. What was I saying? Right. There's semi-exclusive content on there. For you guys on YouTube, Patreon and Ko-fi is kind of like your window. Until I get YouTube partner or whatever, I can't really offer any more. For you guys on Twitch, I recommend the Tier 1 subscription. I believe I already did this just in regards to, like, cutting out ads, but you get a whole bunch of other benefits. You know, double channel point generation. You get double overtone point generation. You get increased multiplayer priority on queues. If you want to collaborate with me as another content creator, I'm more willing to go out of my way to purchase games if I'm already getting paid to do so, etc., etc. Every little bit helps. And I'm extremely thankful to anyone who does choose to support me in that way. Outside of that, there's always Twitch Turbo. I at least get the ad revenue that you would otherwise skip by, that I would otherwise miss out on. I don't blame anyone for ad blockers, but just gonna wait for it to lock back on. I probably better use a more powerful bow. Now we wait. You can kill these things if you're good. You just kind of have to be patient. Typically when it's tilted like that, I like to just wait. Come on, tilt back this way. Thank you. And killing these things gets you some ancient, ancient items to use for later. Ancient shaft. Machinery part used in ancient machinery. It's incredibly sturdy. It's not made of any recognizable material. It may come in handy someday. I am willing to bet that it will. Ooh, I could see that up there. Nice chest. The EX chests are DLC chests, or like collaborative chests. Expansion Pass bonus. A shirt with the Nintendo Switch logo on it. It's a rather rare find, so wear it with pride. Yay, we're not showing tummy anymore. Isn't that nice? Okay, do we have any more? We have... Oh, we're running out of things real quick. Once we're done with the shrine we're heading to here, we will in fact be able... Oh, hello. Yep. We will in fact be able to get something to help us deal with these rather than waste ammunition on them. Or maybe not so much ammunition as, valuable weapon durability uses on it. Jabai. Jabai Shrine. So we're going to get in here, and then we're going to take that break. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me tonight. I've been gone 6 days, but I'm thankful that I still have a small audience. Really, I am. To you who sets foot in the name of the shrine, I am Jabai. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. The bomb trial! Who could have guessed? Clearly not anybody who, was looking at the architecture outside. Sheikah Slate authenticated. Distilling rune. While this rune is being distilled, or, waiting to be distilled, we're going to take that break now. I'll see you guys after the break. Thank you again so very much for all of your company. I am back, folks. Sorry about that. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Let's get right back into it. I am, however, going to toggle something real quick with one of my things on OBS. Just 1 second. All right. Back to the fun, which is what you guys signed up for. Let's distill this rune. Ah, and we get not 1 rune, but 2. Rune extracted. A bomb that can be detonated remotely. The force of the blast can be used to damage monsters or destroy objects. There are both round and cube bombs, so use whichever best fits the situation. And the shrine will teach us both, don't worry. It'll make it abundantly clear that we have to use both, by the way. And that whole thing was just telling us we can swap between different bombs. We'll start by using the cube bomb. Yep. Cube bombs don't fly quite as far when you throw them. And they're pretty good for if you need to drop them down a slanted surface, or you're just trying to control how far that bomb is going to go. Like if you need it to be thrown a very precise distance, use cube bombs. There won't be any backspin on them or anything. Traveler's Claymore, a basic two-handed sword often wielded by aspiring adventurers. Its immense weight can knock enemy shields right out of their hands. Which is true. It disarms enemy shields if you use spin attacks a whole bunch. You can also just drop it, stand some distance back, and then detonate it. It's good for luring enemies, but the enemies do get smarter with the bombs later on, so you definitely most often are not surprising stuff we're going to find in a few regions from now. So if you want to surprise enemies with bomb blasts, now is that time. Nice. And yes, you can blow yourself up with your own bombs. Made famous, in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where that sort of thing is very likely to happen. I wonder if you jump at just the right time, if the platform can crush you. I'm not going to try it out, of course, but I just wonder if that can happen. Here we want to switch to the round bomb for what's coming up next. The puzzles here often also demonstrate various mechanics and everything, like that right there. So these like constantly moving pistons, we can use this to our advantage. We just come over here. Oh, and look, something that our cube bombs won't fit through. Boink. And blast. Easy stuff. The first few shrines are meant to be warm-ups. They're really not meant to give you a hard time. Thank you. And now we go back out to the outside, and we keep going. So here's the deal, chat. I think I've gone on long enough without explaining myself, and I said I would do so at the tower. Instead, I have to do so here. So my intention is to skip all major secrets until we get a specific power. There is a specific ability that we will be given access to that is going to make our exploration much easier much later on. Once we have that, then I'm going to go back all over the world that we've been to up to that point of starting with everything we've revealed a map for. And we're going to, you know, then collect all the secrets. It's inevitable we're going to collect some of them just as a proxy of normal exploration, but for the most part, I intend to follow through on that advice. I intend not to, you know, go through every nook and cranny until after we've gotten this one thing. It's a hybrid of a strategy I've been meaning to test out for a while. Normally I explore everything, and I'm a little bit more overly thorough than I needed to be the first time around, which is part of why I didn't make it through the first time. Ah, yes. Now we're in these nice flat marsh grounds and these empty fields. We're gonna go ahead and switch back to a Boko bow. Careful. Are they gonna smack these bees? No, they're not. Nice. I really do need to remember to hop to the side. Boko Shield, a Bokoblin made shield created by attaching a handhold to any flat tree bark picked up off the ground. It's pretty shoddy, so I don't expect it to last very long. Let's equip the cheaper shield. And equip the club again. Too late. I didn't even spot the butterfly until it was too late. Courser bee honey. Honey straight from the hive is chock full of nutrients. Cooking this into a meal unlocks the potential of these nutrients and provides a stamina recovery effect. Yeah, so munching food is a pretty good pastime in this game. Link eats a lot. He has the metabolism of a Tasmanian devil. I needed to use the Woodcutter's axe for that. That was my mistake. Sadness. You know, we need to be very quiet. We hunting wizards. I'm sorry, I meant lizards. You can't ooh-woo lizard without saying wizard at the same time. Now, I am avoiding nooks and crannies, but if I see ingredients, I'm collecting that shit. I don't care what anyone says. We collecting ingredients and we like it. Stamella shroom, a green mushroom that grows near trees in the forest. It's chock full of natural energy. Cook it to release its stamina restoration properties. I'll bear that in mind, game. Thanks. Ooh, nice. We see a cabin out here. I wonder whose it is. And now, yes, we can shoot birds, and we're expected to do so. We are definitely expected to do so. Raw bird drumstick. This meat is tougher and chewier than a standard steak. Tastes better cooked. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. I see that old man out there. pot lid. The lid of a large soup pot. It smells vaguely of poultry broth. Yum. It can take quite a beating before breaking. Yeah, that's pot lids for you. Spicy pepper. This pepper is exploding with spice. Cook with it to create dishes that will raise your body temperature and help you withstand the cold. The Old Man's Diary. Read. On this desolate plateau, the only pleasure that brings me comfort is cooking. And today I outdid myself. Truly, I created the perfect dish. I call it spicy meat and seafood fry. This recipe not only restores health, but it also keeps me warm, even when traveling in the snowy mountains. With this dish on my side, I no longer have need of that itchy, warm doublet. Keep reading. I do not know how I allowed this to happen, but it seems I forgot to write down a very important recipe. I know it contained raw meat and spicy pepper. However, I simply cannot remember what else I used. My age is catching up with me. Sadly, on this lonely plateau, I only have my own knowledge and memory to rely on. Still, if I did find someone who knew the missing ingredient, I would happily reward them with my warm doublet. However, it seems unlikely that such a miraculous wish will ever be fulfilled. Spicy peppers. I just need to find some meat. Do we have any? Just go ahead and sort this. We have drumsticks, but I'm almost positive that recipe doesn't work on drumsticks. We'll see. Farmer's pitchfork. A farming tool used to collect hay efficiently. It's light enough to be used by anyone. The 4 prongs are very sharp. I probably should have a border on this, capture display. I probably should have one. That's what I'm thinking. Even if it's just very small. Okay. Before we do anything, we knew that old man is out there somewhere. So we're just gonna pick off some birds while we're on our way out there. Maybe chop down an apple tree. And then talk to the old dude over there. Nice. Oh ho, fancy that. So we meet again. What are you doing? I thought this tree here might make for some good firewood. However, getting a tree to fall exactly where you want it to is quite an art. The trick is to turn your hips so that they face where you want the tree to land. So, I see you found my axe. Why not help me out and give it a few swings? I'm working up quite a sweat here, but these bones could use a break. Korok leaf. A single swing of this giant sturdy leaf can create a gust of wind strong enough to blow away light objects. These will sometimes fall down off of trees as they're chopped. Easy there. You asked me to help you chop wood. Oh ho, I see you did my work for me. Wonderful. Go ahead and take some of that wood for yourself. Don't be shy now. This is dialogue even I haven't seen. What is it? What are you doing now? I'm heading home. I can't offer you much other than a solid roof and good company, but you're free to join me. If you need to take a rest, go ahead and use my bed. Unlike a fireside nap, sleeping in a proper bed should really rejuvenate you. Thanks, old man. Happily appreciate it. This one's just saying that if the stamina wheel runs out, you'll be too tired to do certain things. Sleep until morning. Yep. He's a kind enough dude for, having only met him in the mountains. How's your shrine exploration going? We're 2 out of 3. Spotty of mine isn't what it used to be. Recovering from a bout of hard work takes a while. If you're hungry, I have an empty pot you can use to cook yourself a meal. Got any tips? Simply open your inventory, grab hold of your ingredients, and toss them in. Try to consider how the ingredients will complement one another. You could even make a dish that will increase your stamina. It's all about being creative and trying different things. Oh ho. If you're moved by any wild culinary inspirations, feel free to cook yourself a meal using my pot over there. Start of cooking captured your interest? Captured your interest? I'm certain you have potential. Allow me to give you some pointers. You can toss in anything edible. Thankfully, there are plenty of options in this area. Just remember that the more ingredients you use in a dish, the more health it will replenish when you eat it. Now then, is there anything else I can help you with? How about some combinations? The idea is to mix heartier ingredients like fish and meat with things like grains and vegetables. Spices and herbs help too, naturally. However, do not accidentally add things in like bugs and lizards. Let's just say they are not compatible. In fact, they are quite foul. But they can help you make potions, if you use the right things. How about effects? Certain ingredients have special effects, such as temporarily warming you up or increasing your stamina. If you use them while cooking, even a normal dish will be elevated to one with a special effect. Do note that combining bugs or lizards with monster parts may yield some unexpected results. In fact, that's how you make elixirs. Now then, is there anything else I can help you with? Bye! Alright, we're gonna make a save. The first one of many. I mean, the game will auto-save for you, but... Man, oh man. No, you don't want to pass time by the fire. You want to hold some stuff. Let's just do some things as like a demonstration. I'm trying to remember. Hold. Stamina recovery, stamina restoration. You have to pay attention to the words. The words aren't quite... Though if the words don't exactly match up, you need to be really careful. Maybe something like this. Energizing fruit and mushroom mix. Instantly, yes, we will be cooking everything there is to cook. Don't worry. Instantly refill some of your stamina wheel. The number indicated by the green wheels, by the way. This dish contrasts the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushrooms. Mushrooms are not necessarily savory. They're usually earthy, nutty even. Let's try another one. And we'll just use these. Energizing mushroom skewer instantly refills some of your stamina wheel. This simple mushroom-packed skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. We've already sorted the inventory, so now let's try making this spicy meat and seafood fry. Let's see. We have more fish than we do meat, so let's do something like this. I don't think this is going to do what I want it to. Oh, never mind, it does. Grants low-level cold resistance, a filling dish made by cooking fresh seafood and meat together. I cooked something. Wait, is that? That looks just like my signature perfect dish. Spicy meat and seafood fry. But how did you... Well, I suppose that's not important. Can I trouble you to share the recipe? Ah, of course, Hyrule Bass. How could I have forgotten? You said it in the name. It's spicy meat and seafood fry. You need fish. What, are you thinking like clams or something? You can't really get clams in this game. It's usually just fish. Now, please allow me to reward your culinary efforts with this warm doublé. A warm pullover typically worn by mountain folk. Its sturdy fabric and thick gloves are great at retaining body heat.
Ooh.
With that, you'll be able to resist the bite of colder environments. As for me, I know a great spicy meat and seafood fried recipe, so I could do without that warm doublé. Please note that, because of this particular item, cooking the spicy meat and seafood fry will work instead of the doublé if you need something else. If you need to wear something else, then you can take this off, put back on something else with higher armor. We don't have any of that right now, obviously, but if you wanted to have a different effect, you could use the food instead of the armor to do this, or you could stack them on top of each other, and then unless it's like, you know, absolute zero or approaching absolute zero, you should be able to withstand just about any cold environment. Excuse me. Rushroom, a mushroom that can grow almost anywhere, but prefers ceilings and sheer rocks. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. I see. Let's find... Wasn't there a wooden axe? There was a wooden axe. We could go and grab it. We should do that here. At least I hope... I thought I remembered there being one. Maybe around back. Acorn? Acorns are typically used for, like, dessert items, but there are some non-dessert items that you can make by by incorporating the acorn into other things. Good, that'll take care of the annoying archer enemy. Now we just come and collect these mushrooms. Nice. Mushrooms help with movement speed. Swimming, running, climbing, and so on and so forth. That's where mushrooms typically come into play, is right here. Or in, like, basic movement activities. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. Wow. Let's swap. Want to be careful. Yeah, just stay transfixed at that. And then I can maybe actually get to sneak up on something. I was about to say, don't even think about it. Oh, I didn't want to pick up that Boko bow. Drop that. Okay, got all that sorted. This we can blow up. And you can just use 2 arrows to disperse any cluster of bees that you'll find. I gotta keep doing it, man. This is the funniest stuff ever. A bundle of 5 bomb arrows. The explosive powder packed into the tips of these arrows ignites on impact, dealing big damage to anything caught in the blast. You're like, well, what the heck? We have Cryonis or not Cryonis, I'm sorry. We have, you know, the round and cube bombs. Why are they giving us bomb arrows? Farther delivery, mostly, is what it, you know, parses out to. Just, if you need to deliver an explosive really far, far away, bomb arrows are like the only method you have for doing it. You could use like a Korok leaf to kind of do a really bad bomb arrow impression, but bomb arrows are pretty frickin' important. Frick. Well, that's okay. We can just, chuck that one out that way. A specialized spear, weighted to excel as a throwing weapon. It's perfectly balanced to be thrown farther than your average spear, able to pierce targets from a great distance. Note that it is strictly worse than the pitchfork if you don't intend to throw it. All right, let's put our trousers back on. We don't need to be buck-ass naked, you know, around here. And maybe also put on this woodcutter's axe. Just gonna point this one this way. Basically, what the old man was saying was just face directly toward where you want to chop at, and you'll be able to just, you'll know where the tree is going every time. If you don't do that, then that's a that's a you problem. Now, spears happen to be one of my favorite weapons in games like this. That said, I'm kind of refraining from picking up weapons for a number of obvious reasons, or a number of, I shouldn't say obvious, but like a number of different reasons, one of which is coming up real soon. This never gets old. Pick! Every time! More fire arrows. Every time. I'm gonna make Link break his shins as this, as the game goes on. Maybe then move to his kneecaps. And then finally his hip. Link with a, you know, busted hip would be tragic and then funny at the same time. Grab some wood, and then we got a nice arduous climb to make. But before that, what we should actually probably really do is make something that'll help with our movement speed. We got some mushrooms now, so we should definitely attempt to Yes, old man, what is it? Oh ho. There are a few things as delightful as a roaring fire. Okay, yep, you've mentioned that before. Organize. I didn't put things in the cook pot. Oh my god. He just like, yes, let's cook. That's what I wanted to do, is cook. Hold up, let him cook. Hasty meat and seafood fry grants a low-level movement speed boost. A filling dish made by cooking fresh seafood and meat. As you can see, really what you're doing is changing which effects are being used. We can... As you can see, we can look at and reference a meal's ingredients anytime by opting to see the recipe. Can always do that. I wonder, can we still show you what we've cooked? Nope. You still wish to acquire the paraglider, you must put in the effort. I will not simply give it away, you see. Oh yeah, give it away, you see. Talk about, you know, you're the one that moved the goalposts, old man. Also, I want you guys to notice that Link adjusts his posture depending on what he's doing, which is a really nice subtle touch about this game. It really can be the little things sometimes that make or break a game title. It really can be. Alright, this lasts for 4 minutes. Gonna eat this right now. Note that if you eat a speed-up item like this, it very quickly becomes not worth it. It very quickly becomes not worth it to like close the gap like this, unless you're trying to save time or something else. At this point, it is definitely easier if we just go up the intended way. So, who wants to play Getting Over It, Breath of the Wild style? Probably need to wait a second. Hang on, Link. Let it finish. Insert some Disney song here, the lyrics of which I don't remember. We wait, and then we climb. Climb, climb, climb. Or insert some Hannah Montana song here. It's Disney stuff either way. Oh, let's quickly try to... Yeah, this is more of a time saver. What is that face, Link? That face. That face. No one holds their mouth like that all the time while they pant. At least I don't know of anyone who does that, like holds their mouth that expressively all the time. Oa Dame, or Oa Dime. Oa Dime Shrine. 1 dime, that's all. Only 1 dime down. Oa Dime Shrine. Only at Hyrule's Oa Dime. Oh my god, I feel like I'm on the cusp of a meme here, and I'm too afraid to say it. Ugh. Maybe we'll get off the plateau today. To you who set foot in this shrine, I'm owe a dime. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. The stasis trial. Sheikah Slate authenticated. Distilling rune. Do 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 do. Just making sure I'm not missing important correspondence. Rune extracted. Stop the flow of time for an object. Stops an object in time while storing its kinetic energy. The stored energy will act upon the object when the flow of time resumes. Making good use of the stored energy can move even the largest of objects. It lets you aggregate force or stop mechanisms, basically. Just like this. And if you don't actively end mechanisms early, you will have to wait the full cooldown in order to get your stasis rune back. Here we just kind of want to go up through and just kind of stop this thing from moving. That's all we want to do, really. Traveler's Shield, a sturdy shield loved by many an adventurer. It is made of animal hide and sturdy wood, and is best suited to defending against weak monsters or animals. I'm just gonna get rid of that pot lid. I can show you guys something real cool. To shield surf, jump while holding a shield, then press A while in the air. I'm gonna, kind of like briefly try to show this. This eats through shield durability really quick, but it is something you can do. And if you want to like break a shield to get back one of your shields, shield jumping or shield surfing is typically how I do it. This large iron sledgehammer was originally used for mining, but it works reasonably well as a weapon, too. Really? Alright, sure. Goodbye, club. Hello, sledgehammer. You want to keep an eye on these sledgehammers. You can hit an object, and then you can just kind of end the stasis early, in case you only need to hit something weakly. That's it. That's the whole trial, ladies and gentlemen. Couldn't be simpler. This was really more of a tutorial and less of a puzzle shrine. I think overall I'm going to develop better practices as a result of starting over again and making this like adjustment with the ads and everything. Please do let me know how that turns out for you guys, because I cannot see the pre-roll when this is happening. I can't. Oh, I definitely feel like I'm thinning way up top. I'm so self-conscious about that. It's not funny. Like, I definitely want to, lop all my hair off. Let me just get that off there. And we can get a traveler's bow. Nice. Last one is up there at Mount Hylia. So, let me now take you through what I typically... So, in my inventory, I typically don't need to, but do like holding a torch in the early game. I generally don't hold Korok leaves, but we're going to come into a region a bit later on where Korok leaves actually can be quite useful. I always like to additionally keep a woodcutter's axe for chopping trees and an iron sledgehammer for, you know, breaking open various rocks we'll find later. So I like having access to those 4 things in no particular order. So that just leaves 4, you know, slots open for a weapon. And now we're going up the mountains. As you can see, you guys should take note of the different displays on the bottom right-hand corner. So on the bottom right-hand corner is a mini-map with a compass that tells you where north is. You also have a temperature gauge in degrees F. I believe in European releases, it's degrees C. It doesn't really matter. It's just, you know, localized for American audiences is what it is. There's a meter below that for indicating noise, the noise you're making. You see, I adjust my walking speeds, and this, the indicator right under the temperature is making different amounts of movement. Yeah, that's just the noise indicator. That's what it's doing. The more bombastic it is, the more noise you're making. And there are different baselines as well for the noise that you can make. We're going to be trying to grind for a piece of armor pretty early on that minimizes a lot of that noise so that we can actually easily collect things like lizards or frogs, which become quite hard to do without this suit of armor. What else? Below that is a time and weather indicator. It is currently 8 p.m. in the game, and it is overcast. And it will project basically 1 to 2 hours ahead at any given point. So it's going to be cloudy, and then it's going to be snowy. Pretty sure it's supposed to be... Actually, that might be sun, now that I'm thinking on it. I don't know if I want to have... Come and grab your weapon. Nice. Well, he's down there. We're gonna trade out this one for that one. A burning wind club will, in fact, Oh, hello. I think we have to go down there if we want to fight that other one. Or not. Okay. Sure. Nice. We definitely need those. But as you can see, there are just lots of nice, you know, obscure old places out there. Lots of spots that we're not going to touch until we have the right powers and a right special power that comes later. We're going to save all of that for a later time. I will go ahead and say, when it comes to Korok seeds, which we've not collected a Korok yet, but this is a part of the revisit, so... Yeah, you thought I'm not sure. Oh, it's saying that out of wanting to compare our melee weapons. The comparisons are pretty accurate early on. You could kind of use the arrows next to a piece of armor or a weapon to indicate, you know, should I be wearing this right now or not? Okay, just gonna minimize our step. It's 10:45, which means they eepin', chat, they eepin'. Oh lord, they eepin'. Nice, 2 for 1. We could have blown that whole camp up if we wanted to, but I honestly really kind of don't. Gonna take one that hasn't been burned to a crisp ever. We're gonna keep it moving. Keep it moving, keep it schmoving, ladies and gentlemen. We've been schmoving to the music. I don't know where I'm taking this segment, but I'm gonna keep going as long as I don't forget it. Okay, I forgot. Nah, I could have probably kept going a little longer, but it's funnier if I truncate it stupid early. I could have sworn, has YouTube just been dead quiet? I think it's been dead quiet. Okay, sure. Oh, also trudging through snow costs more stamina. Oh, yep, those kind of hurt. Okay, we could probably eat something here. You really don't want to be caught without your pants down with a weapon. If you can all help it. Enemies do have color coding in this game, but I am going to wait until a little bit later to explain that. And the game might also just explain it all by itself, given the right circumstances. Okay, we be dropping the pot lid. Actually, I probably don't want to drop the pot lid right here. We don't really need the spiked Boko shield. I don't want to be wearing the pot lid for protection, though. Yeah, and we just keep trekking up the mountain. So, anyone got any crisp... I think it might be a little bit too late for Hanukkah, but if not, you know, I'm including you guys as well. What do people have lined up for Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Yule, so on and so forth? Okay, it's selfish of me to say I want to hear all about it, but I really don't have much in terms of plans this year, so hearing about other people's plans is about as far as I'm gonna get, personally. I think the most that's gonna happen to me is, you know, I'm gonna go over and spend time with my mom and my sibling tomorrow. We're gonna hold some really small vigil or something together, and that's gonna be the end of it. I think I've already said that that my uncle will be coming over as well, so we'll get some small visitation, but it won't be anything grandiose or big. Like, everyone's mind is on Mima or my aunt, like my great aunt, passing. You always call her Mima. Ah, yes, I knew I would spot that at some point in the journey. It is over there, right? I'm not, like, screwing myself over. No, okay, I'll fess up. There's supposed to be an EX chest, another expansion pass chest around in these parts. Might as well spend a few minutes looking around and attempting to locate it. I can't remember if it's supposed to be earlier on or later on. Or if it's in, like, the middle of all this or not. All those segments right there. It's supposed to be up here. Think it might be over here? I'm gonna have to look up that chest location after we're done in the shrine. Because I could have sworn it was supposed to be out here. I definitely don't want to leave without that EX chest. We won't be back here for a while. I'm excited. I'm excited to showcase all this. I know I don't look it, you know, because I'm composed. I'm playing a game I've played before, but I am excited. This... Plus, oh, it's over there. I know why I'm slipping. I'm slipping because it's the wrong area. I am excited. I'm bad at expressing it. I could sit and smile and be raucous all I want, but... That if I'm being raucous, I'm probably being fake. That's just not who I am as a person. I'm composed, calm, serene. I've engaged in mental asceticism and, you know, mind partitioning for a long time. And like, being abjectly happy at something is just not... It's never a safe emotion for me. Almost 100% of the time. Not safe. Or it's safer now, but as a kid, it definitely wasn't safe. If I was happy, it's because no one saw it. It's like right here. I remember it being like right here. Yeah, there we are. It was always wipe that smug grin off your face. So the grin became unsafe. So I stopped grinning. I grinned in private. I grimaced in private. As much as I could. It wasn't really parents usually. It was always school kids where I didn't really feel safe smiling a whole bunch. Anyone else have a childhood like that? I mean, I guess as a result of that childhood, you know, I am very verbally expressive when it comes to sadness or anger or reticence, but or shock even. But happiness, like sheer genuine joy, that's a really hard one for me. Kenamut Shrine. Of course, that's the type of thing you unpack in therapy, but I definitely feel like I should, you know, try to tell a story, and I promise that this isn't like a traumatic story. It's just an observation I've had the good fortune to be able to follow up on now that, you know, now that I'm a bit older, and the emotion still is safer, but not necessarily the most safe for me to express sometimes. But I know I genuinely don't visibly express happiness often. I look weird doing it. I'm very aware. I got a cheese-eating grin on my face, and I've got it often. And oftentimes... That was a nice interruption from the wind reed instrument. Bottomless bog, a quagmire that will draw you in. Sink in too deep and you'll be unable to escape. Oh, I forgot to read that. That's fine. Okay, you guys know the spiel by now. When we return, we're gonna pick right back up where we left off. And maybe not talk about depressing subject matter quite so much. Thanks again, and see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I'm not sure what that black blob is, but let's go ahead and switch back scenes here. I know, not exactly riveting content to be staring at, Link distilling a rune forever and ever, but these are pretty good breakpoints for the stream early on. We're not going to really have the ability to take such nice breakpoints in the future. Cryonis, I kind of accidentally blipped and said it a little bit earlier, but now I can say it for real. Cryonis, create a pillar of ice from a water surface. Builds ice pillars that are very stable. These pillars can be used as stepping stones or as obstacles. Use Cryonis on an ice pillar to break it. Rune distilled. Okay, let's get to work. Right away, there's already something we can do. And here it is. We can climb our own ice pillars, which I don't believe we can climb ice fixtures already, so if we want to climb on ice, we have to use things like this. I like the jumping pause that they trigger. Here we can use this to lift up gates that we would otherwise be unable to do so. Let's see if we can sneak up on this guardian. Normally most people go rushing in and then they've got a guardian to deal with. I mean, we're still gonna have a guardian to deal with, but maybe we could get the first hit. There we go. So we weren't able to get the sneak attack, but we were able to do other things. Got a nice traveler's spear, which I will go ahead and chuck over. I will chuck a club in favor of a spear because I like spears. Can't dual wield as Link. Traveler's Spear, a spear mainly used by travelers to fend off wolves and other beasts. It's easy to hold and simple to use. It's not like most two-handed items. The spear is like, it's both agile and fast and rapid, but it does not deal a whole bunch of damage. You kind of have to, just, oh, you can aim underfoot? I wonder if we could do that here. Wow, that's really cool. Even I didn't know to do that at any point. I just always thought you'd have to aim the the pillar of ice. Now I know you can just stand on something and it'll lift up for you. Neato burrito. Oh, yeah, I never did highlight the poses. We can do that at the next one. But all the monks have different hand poses, and sometimes they even gesture or hold their arms and legs differently. Go ahead and just change the Twitch tabs real quick on my dock. There we go. With this, you've now acquired all of the spirit orbs from the shrines on this plateau. Oh, extraordinary. That means it is finally time. Link, it is finally time for me to tell you everything. But first, imagine an X on your map with the 4 shrines as the endpoints. Find the spots where those lines intersect. I shall wait for you there. Do you understand? Where two lines connecting the shrines would cross, there I will be waiting. Well, first we just gotta use Cryonis to, you know, get a chest. Just gotta be extra careful, because if we aren't, you know, we're gonna die skinny dipping this ice. And our reward is an opal. Very, very nice. Yeah, look at that. Taking an ice bath is not in our best interest. All right, we've done it. So let's take a second and just kind of look here. So we don't quite have a perfect intersection lined up, right? We've got this over here. Kendamit's Shrine. And Yabai Shrine. And then we have Omana, Awe, and Owadime. So this doesn't really tell us anything by itself, but when you put these two together, the only point of intersection is the Temple of Time. So, we're gonna go back to the Shrine of Resurrection, and we're gonna go to the Temple of Time, ladies and gentlemen. And come on, couldn't you have guessed a little bit? The Temple of Time. From previous Ocarina of, Legend of Zelda titles, such as the Ocarina of Time, and Link to the Past with the chapels. Chapels, churches, and temples tend to be really important places to go. It would make sense for us to be there. Also, we saw a goddess statue there. I think we could kind of put 2 and 2 together just a little bit and see that we have we have a glorious place we can go. I think here the only things that might come back are bugs, possibly. What did I just hover over? I thought I hovered over something, but I guess not. Ah, now I can actually show you guys something. I can actually show you guys the properties that come from shield surfing. But if you hit a set of stairs, it's game over. And if you go spluttering out on the hillside, you taking damage or you quite possibly dying. You can also even use the shield to spin real quick and, damage some enemies as you're passing through. That is not what I wanted to do. Nice. Nice. No. So well. Oh, dang it. This can be a relatively fast way to travel. Relatively. But it's not always the case. That is a bird's nest, which we desperately want for dishes later. So now, the combinations of items that you can put together are endless. I mean, eventually you'll get some, like, converging recipe lines. But here's the deal, chat. There are two things I know for sure I'm going to look up and have on hand when we are finally ready to start, you know, using recipes mainline. The first is going to be the cooking recipes. I want all of those looked up ahead of time. This is not a first time playthrough, it's a revisit. And I've played enough of the game, I think I've earned that. The other thing are the Korok seeds. Hey, hello Froggy Gamer 12. Good, welcome to the stream. Good to see ya. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. We are here just in time. We're getting ready for, some cutscenes. And, you know, going through the Temple of Time for the second time. We cased it already for valuables, but, you know, now the old man that we meet here. Just wanted to watch King Rhoam. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, am I right? Yeah. And thanks for being rather general about that. Appreciate the lack of spoilers. But before we watch King Rhoam, I do at least want to make sure we're not missing any arrows. I don't think we are. Yeah, I thought not. This is such a pretty game. I know it's cel-shaded, but detractors of cel-shaded graphics can kind of, they can kind of buzz off just a little bit. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their spirit orbs, I can offer you great power. It appears you have claimed 4 spirit orbs. In exchange for 4 spirit orbs, I will amplify your being. So tell me what it is that you desire. We're now ready to discuss this. When you're at king time, you're supposed to be the king of Rome. He failed. Yeah, that he did. He failed by passing, right? So, the goddess statues. The goddess, you can see these in any number of places throughout the land. Whenever we collect 4 spirit orbs, we can choose between a heart container. It's how we get health upgrades. It's one of 2 or 3 ways we can get health upgrades. And the other thing we can get is a stamina vessel. We're not going to need health for a long, long time. Health is nice to have early game, but if you're skilled enough at this game, you do not need it that much. I'm going to go for stamina vessels here. I want at least 1 extra stamina wheel. After that, we'll pick back up on health. I shall grant the power you seek. We're going to watch this cutscene play once, and then never again. Not that you could skip this in the first place. The size of your stamina wheel has been increased, allowing you to perform more actions before getting tired. You need 20 spirit orbs to upgrade your stamina wheel. Tall order. You need 16 of them. You need 16 of them to upgrade your health. So it is a slightly worse rate, but stamina is just so much more important in this game. The blessing of the goddess has made you that much more resilient, I see. Here I am. Get up here quickly. And with our newly invigorated sense of stamina, we're going to do just that. And without our movement elixir, I feel pretty, or like movement speed increases, I do feel pretty good about using our jump action in order to make it faster. Are we ready for cutscenes, everyone? I'm ready for cutscenes. And if anyone wasn't expecting a cutscene, I'm going to tell you now that we're, you know, that we're going into a cutscene.
Well done there, young one. Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rhoam Bosphoramus Hyrule. I was the last leader of Hyrule. A kingdom which no longer exists.
At least you weren't King Caesar, friend. At least you weren't King Caesar. King Rhoam, the last of Hyrule.
The Great Calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path, lo, a century ago. It was then that my life was taken away from me. And since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. I did not think it wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. Forgive me. I think you are now ready. Ready to hear what happened 100 years ago. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age-long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors. These relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. 100 years ago, there was a princess set to inherit a sacred power, and a skilled knight at her side. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay. Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagining. He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the divine beasts, and turned them against us. The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, bravely collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon.
Talk about an apocalypse.
However, the princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
That princess was my own daughter, my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn. And then, you were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness. Follow the road out to Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
We really can feel the regrets of the regrets of the dead with his expressions. Go on. Here's the paraglider, just as I promised. Da 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 da. A paraglider, an item that you received from the king on the Great Plateau. It allows you to sail through the sky. Press X while you're in the air to use it. With that, you should be able to safely fly off the cliffs surrounding this area. And I think that's it. I've told you everything I can. Link, you must save Hyrule. Yeah, the lingering regrets of the dead. It's a pretty solemn subject. And normally there would be a chest here, but we came up here earlier and grabbed it. It was a soldier's bow. One that we still have in our possession, by the way. Yeah. Now we make it out to the... you know, the wide open space. I want to say it's this one right here. Yeah, I'm trying to pin the damn thing. I think this is a pretty good marker of progress. Don't get used to that, chat, whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube. Don't get used to that, in all seriousness. This game is way longer. It feels like we've made a pretty good, you know, mark now, but if we're going for 100%, there are going to be lots of episodes where that's not happening, where we're not seeing, you know, 20 minutes of cutscene and another 10 minutes of cutscene here and another 5 minutes of exposition there. There's going to be a lot of times where it's just gameplay. That's all there is. It's just me talking over and over. And as we can see, here's the paraglider in use now. It costs lots of stamina to use, unsurprisingly. Lots of stamina, in fact. So much stamina that this, even though we covered a lot of distance just now, this still really isn't the height of what the paraglider is capable of. You could go a lot further. If you've got enough speed and enough stamina and you eat food that restores stamina during this, you could go across, like... I wouldn't say you'd be able to go across a whole plot of land, maybe across the plateau in specific, but We're gonna go ahead and do it like this. Trust me, I want us to be able to get that nice, you know, high up perspective that can only come from paragliding. It's one of the most cathartic things to me is just the paragliding. It's in Legend of Zelda titles, and especially in Skyward Sword, you already kind of got used to vertical stages where you had to do climbing and everything, but being able to just kind of like, you're not moving from stage to stage, you're actually just traipsing the land it's just a whole different feel than just all the previous Zelda titles combined didn't do something like this. Even Skyward Sword. The most was just motion control flying, which was quite... It was a fancy taxi that... It was a fancy taxi that got you from point A to point B. That's it. That's all it did. This is so much more. I mean, I guess it's still technically a really fancy taxi, but... Hey, fancy taxis are what make the game go round. What can I say? Eventually, at one point or another, we will have to drop in order to regain some amount of stamina. But we can probably fly right over where most of these enemies are. Again, my goal today, and you know, until we actually get a specific champion power, a specific gift from one of them, we will not, I don't want to, go delve into too many secrets. Nice. Bokobat, a clunky club made by a bokoblin. If you swing it at an enemy's shield, it may be able to knock the shield out of your opponent's hands. Moblin horn. This splendid horn once grew atop the head of a moblin. It can't be used in normal food recipes, but it does have some use as an ingredient in making elixirs. And moblin fangs. A sharp fang obtained from a moblin. It's too hard to be reshaped into a tool, but it can be tossed into a stew with some critters to create elixirs. I like spears, but I should probably face the music and chuck this one. Grab a bat. That's gonna be better for us in the long run. So all these nice ruins, we're not gonna go through any of them, because I want to do so. Hello. Nice. Nice. I think we have to go down from the tower again. And I said I played this game before. It's not a first time, it's a revisit. That doesn't mean... Yeah, I have to kill this guy again. But even though it might not be my first time, that doesn't mean I'm perfect. I'm being too early. There we go. We got one fewer fang this time too. Cool. Okay, we're saving so we don't have to do that again. that a swarm of geese I hear back there? And I believe that guy picked up a sword. Cool. Nice. Yeah, we definitely needed that. Rusty broadsword. Oh, we can do something cool with these, but we're not going to be able to do so until much later. This once fearsome sword has seen better days. It can also do some damage in the right hands, but breaks quickly. A wooden mop. Yes, the moblins can and will use these. Just a mop to the untrained eye. It excels at tidying up the place, but it owes its sturdy construction to a true craftsman, so it actually has some combat merits. Okay. Saving again. I know, I'm such a save scummer. I just don't want to deal with that again. Let's not do it like that. And I'm pretty sure... Oh, I saw that meteor just then. Too bad we're not investigating it. Instead, we want to come over here. Now, these shrines are something I'm going to do on the way. Just kind of really wherever we can. Come on. I'm usually pretty good at popping heads off these. There we go. But we're gonna throw away the rusty broadsword. Trust me, we can go out of our way to find some of them much later. I'm looking forward to tonight's dinner. My folks made me spaghetti. It's one of my favorite dishes ever. I really like spaghetti. Rich, savory tomato sauces with meat mixed in. Nice noodles. To you who set foot in the shrine, I am Bosh Kala. Bosh Kala, eh? Yes, this is another tutorial, but it's a little bit less of one. I'm gonna come over like so. I said we're gonna come over like so. Don't make me look bad, game. Really, there isn't too much that's difficult about this particular shrine. You just follow the wind tunnel. Literally. That's all you do. That's it. If you need to go back there for any reason, you can. You don't need to in that shrine, in this shrine, though. Instead, what we're gonna do is do the old up around, run around. Oh, we got a claymore, huh? Well, claymore, spears are also generally the first things I chuck, too. A two-handed sword designed for combat. It's heavy and hard to use, but has decent build quality and durability. Back to the wooden boko bat. These also do make a relatively poor sledgehammer impression, but they are capable of doing so. Oh yes, right there. Let me see if it'll zoom back in. Yeah, for those who've been watching, notice how the hands are actually holding one of the bracelets. It wasn't doing that in the first shrine. All of the Hylian monks or Sheikah monks do that. They have like a different pose they make. It's just a neat feature more than anything. It's a little touch. It's something so it doesn't just feel like the typical grab, like the typical you know, MacGuffin grab or like a collectible grab. These things were the rocks I was talking about. You crack them open, and generally, if they're of the plain variety, you get rock salt, amber, or flint. Flint's the other thing you get. Crystallized salt from the ancient sea, commonly used to season meals, cannot be eaten in this form. I forget what effect salt has on a meal, but yeah, mining is a very profitable pastime in this game, and we will be going mining a lot. And by mining, I mean smashing up rock formations in order to gain ore. And perhaps even gemstones. Okay, I think for now we can go back to the bat. This game's very quiet, very peaceful. And this was what I was talking about when I mentioned more advanced techniques that one can use in order to go kind of across rivers. You just make ice blocks. Purple rupees. We got our first instance of money. 50 rupees. Its violet glow fills your hearts with generosity. And we're not rich in the slightest. Not even close. Not even close. We have poor Bupkis. Poor Bupkis. And all we can sort of do is just... Do I want to do that? I guess. It's not a secret per se. We'll just, let me show you guys how to make elixirs. You see, let me try... I believe you want Fang... I'm forgetting, like, what the tier list for this is exactly, but... speed boost... We don't have too many things we can do with this, by the way. We're kind of just... We're very limited. We're very, very, very limited on what we're capable of doing. Let's make a haste elixir. The number of symbols for the effect determines how potent the effect is. The hourglass indicates the time, and if an elixir can't... Potions and elixirs usually don't restore any health, but sometimes you'll make it so that they actually do. And in that case, the elixirs will give you a heart value on them. It's just always 0. It's normally 0. Speaking of, let's, I actually should probably hold that for a little bit of a later time. Game plan is to make it to the tower and probably call it, so exploring a couple spots is not necessarily bad. Alright, let's get ready. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. And now we knock him out. These things always respawn, by the way. Bokoblin Guts, a rare material obtained by defeating a bokoblin. It convulses on its own every now and again, which is really creepy, but perhaps it has a use. Really? Get that dumb club out of here. Let's grab a broadsword. Pretty straightforward stuff. Just come in, smash face, and next thing you know, you've killed an encampment. This isn't master mode. The game does have a higher difficulty mode, but generally speaking, the higher difficulty mode is really only if you want a challenge. I'm almost 100% sure. This large glow-in-the-dark snail lives in fresh water. When cooked into a dish, it heightens your senses, so you can move about silently. I want to silently move to this chest and see what it contains. Nice. A nice soldier's bow. I'm gonna take one of these traveler's bows, presumably the one I'm using. Now we'll put that away. Nighttime does have some piano, piano notes throughout. Nighttime is generally more bombastic than daytime, but only slightly. And just like that, morning the crack of dawn has already shown up. The end is here. I may be somewhat used to seeing bad omens by now, but let's just say it's better than most. We're doomed. I mean, don't panic. Sorry, who are you? Have we met? Well, it doesn't matter who you are, really. I was getting tired of talking to myself, so you've come at a good time. By the by, those strange things that popped out of the ground, did you see them? I'm not talking about mushrooms here, I'm talking about those towers. They seem to have popped up all over the place. And that's not the only strange thing that's happened. Those long deserted shrines suddenly started glowing.
Aww.
You know what this means, don't you? The end is here. With all this craziness happening, I've been keeping an eye on that thing, just to see if it suddenly starts moving, you know? What thing? I'm talking about that guardian, of course. Haven't you heard the old stories about Hyrule? See that thing over there? The one shaped like an overturned urn? That is what I'm talking about. Do you know some of them can move? One of them once chased me down and tried to kill me. No, it was a different one. That one was closer to the castle, but before the forest. When they spot you, they shoot blue beams of light at you. Man, I was so sure that was the end for me. I was prepared for the worst. But I somehow managed to escape into the nearby woods.
Oh?
You think it was my lightning-fast reflexes that saved me? Ha! I wish. Truth is, I just got lucky. Anyway, I hear guardians like that still wander around Hyrule Castle. Be careful. I'm exhausted. I need directions. Where do you want to go? Hyrule Castle. Hyrule Castle? I don't know how many lives you got, but in a place with that many guardians, I guarantee you it's not enough. Don't you know I have an infinite fairy glitch in my back pocket? See that? You can see it in the distance. Honestly, I think you're better off just looking at it from here.
Ah.
Ask me whatever you want. I'm happy to have you, chat with you a while. Great Plateau. The Great Plateau? Why would you possibly need to go to an abandoned place like that? How would you even begin to scale that cliff? Well, in any case, it's over there. There are quite a few monsters about, though, so be careful.
Ah.
Well, Brigo, I want to keep picking your brain for directions. Kakariko Village. Ah, I see. Kakariko Village is that way. On the other side of the Dueling Peaks, and I could see a shrine right up there. Do I still have my pointer with me? I can point it out to you guys. Nope. I feel like I should have had my... Oh, here it is. Yep, pointer. Pointer. Let me focus on it. It's right there. Right where I've indicated. It's really tiny. It's like this faint blip of light that's up here. But there it is. On the other side of the Dueling Peaks, there's a stable. Stop there and ask someone for further directions.
Ah,
What are you doing? Just patrolling. This bridge is an important route. I keep really busy making sure monsters don't nest here by chasing them off the bridge and stuff.
ah.
Goodbye. See ya. Let's wish each other good luck, eh? We'll need it. Wait a minute. Please, think about what you're doing. I'm young, but you're even younger. I'm trying my best out here, but I get the feeling you're going to end up trying even harder in this world. That's the feeling I get when I look at your face, but maybe I'm nuts. Now calm down and climb off that rail, and don't climb down that way. Climb down this way. It's nice to know that Bricko is on suicide prevention watch. Even though he's patrolling, he cares enough to actually, you know, state the obvious. Save a horse, jump off a bridge. Nice. Complete with treasure chest. Sorry, is that an eyeball? Octo balloon. This inflatable Octorok organ has a lot of lift, so attach it to items you want to see float. Hold it in your hand, and then place it on an object to attach it. Octorok tentacle. This can only be obtained from an Octorok type enemy. It's too acidic for cooking, but it's highly valued as an ingredient for elixirs. Octorok eyeball. This can only be obtained from an Octorok type enemy. You could sell it to a store, or you can make elixirs with it, but it may have other uses as well. The only thing I want to make is money. No! Get me back up there. Nice. I was totally planning on parasailing. Ooh, we do not have... we don't... Hello? Yes, can I help you, Sir Choo-Choo? I could use some arrows right about now. I guess for now we'll just have to give up and go take out a camp of Bokoblin. Wait for them to turn. The Bokoblins on these platforms always turn in 4 directions. Just wait for him to, like, turn or do something else entirely. As long as they're eating meat, we're fine. Awesome. Sneaky, sneaky. Anything else? Didn't think so, but thought I would look. All right, let's grab the supplies, all of them, and I do mean all of them. The metal ones and the ones in wooden crates. If we're lucky, we can even crack all 3 crates at once. Like that. Blackened crab. A whole crab, slow roasted in its shell. The soft, flaky flesh pairs nicely with the scent of the charred shell for a meal that assaults all 5 of your senses in all the best ways. 5 rupees. Its shiny blue facets make you weak in the knees. Also, Link is greedy. A single rupee. Its soft green glow puts a smile on your face. Yep, Link is money obsessed. You heard it directly from the source, chat. Right from the source. We're gonna walk very slowly so we can get this insect. Look, I'm getting just all the ingredients I think I can. Gotta get this stuff done nice and early. And now we'll have to rely on other two-handed weapons to do that type of job. Okay. Now we're gonna transition over and get that tower for realsies. River crossing like this is usually not too hard. You just kind of have to pay attention and try not to jump on the, ice platforms too quickly. You can even hunt fish this way. In fact, that's usually how I do it until I get a certain tool we will grab much, much later. Is there any... I don't think there's anything up here, but I'm gonna look. At the risk of my better judgment. Are you gonna be able to make this? I doubt it. I think we need more stamina to reach this. Maybe not. I think we're barely gonna eke out because we jumped. We jumped and we grabbed a little bit higher. I'm almost positive. Yep. That is a... Yep, we don't want to grab that. We don't want to grab that yet. I am gonna make a note about that, though. Hunt early, hunt often. Raw meat. Meat obtained from animals in plains and forests. You can eat it raw. Ugh. Raw meat? Eating it raw? Yeah, I guess, if you want to, be that, that fitness guru that quite literally ends up in the hospital due to, overtaxing his liver by eating raw meat. Yeah, sure. Scams take many forms in the modern era. All you need is a little elbow grease, some pseudoscience, and you too can sell the benefits of raw meat. We already have a Korok leaf. We're just gonna drop this one. No, you stop that. You stop that so hard. Come on, then. Oh, that is just fan-freaking-tastic. Also, I'm pretty sure I picked up a club when I didn't want it. Come on. You can even, change your weapons mid-time if you would like to perform a, let's say you have like a wooden weapon that deals a lot of damage, but you're fighting a fiery enemy. If you want to be able to deal with that particular enemy with a wooden weapon, your way to do that is gonna be by, I want to get the claymore out. Your way of dealing with that is gonna be... I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, right. Your way of dealing with that is gonna be to just keep some other non-flammable weapon equipped, and then, swap to the wooden one when you're good and ready. We're just gonna come along this way. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. This portable fire starter breaks after one use, but it can create a long-lasting flame if you use it near firewood. Let's see how much, I'm gonna wait for them to turn. That's gonna be the best way I know to deal with them. Are you gonna go the other way now? Yeah, that's totally what you're gonna do. Oh. Just stay like that, I guess. Okay, they're gonna turn around the other way. No. Of course. Of course. Yep. The boys have come and collected their weapons. I like that. Gonna put the Boko Bat away before things get gnarly. I think you just need a good two-handed weapon. Let it be known that keeping Boko Bats around is probably not the worst idea ever. Oh. And claymores? Alright. Sure. You're gonna eat that meat. Actually, you're probably not gonna eat that meat because we're full up on health. Bonk. Beautiful. And all it took was just a little bit of elbow grease getting caught and a hair was a smidge of luck. Are we gonna come crawling up here? Come over and go this way. I have a very specific reason I'm persisting past stream time, by the way. And that, so we can do this. But before we go collect our prize, we do want to make sure we're hunting. Like, I don't want our chest rattling noises to be a reason that... Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, we've got a nice, good weapon we can use for combat. Might as well work toward breaking one of these. I know, I'm doing everything except what I'm supposed to do. I have my reasons. Nice. I wasn't intending to do that. So you need a metallic bonker. Metallic little sluggeroo in order to actually break stuff open. In order to break these pieces of ore open. Dueling Peaks Tower. Yep, and basically, our stamina wheel really isn't good enough yet to do anything beyond, you know, climbing very slowly up the more strenuous points of this climb. And we just kind of have to wait. But we will eventually get faster at it. Eventually we'll get enough stamina that we can just do this the whole time. Awesome. Scanning area. And now we can see exactly where we are and where we're going. Might shift the camera a bit. I might like rotate the camera a bit to get it a little bit more lined up with where I want it to be. Just thinking on the layout of the like the UI and everything for the next stream, which will probably end up not being tomorrow if I'm being honest with you. Sheikah Slate updated. Additional functionality detected. And we get the Sheikah sensor. The sensor reacts when you are close to shrines you've not yet visited. If you head in the direction where the reaction is strongest, you should be able to find the shrine. You can enable or disable the Sheikah sensor with Y on the map screen. Cool. There's hardly ever a reason not to have this thing on, by the way. Sheikah sensor now operational. The sensor indicator has been placed near the minimap. Search for shrines by moving in the direction with the strongest signal. So we just always have metal, like basically an electric metal detector on at all times. Yeah, I definitely was not trying to do that. So we have this nice, large swath of land that we are going to not really explore, but like we have to explore the land somehow in order to make it past. And I want to say this like upper shelf is kind of where we want to go. Besides, we saw a shrine, and I do want to do those as we proceed, you know, on our path toward our next destination. Because we do have to make progress towards a stamina wheel at some point. All right, guys. It's our very quiet, very mellow, but oh so important first episode. Work a little harder on the next thumbnail and continue working on the overlays, because they're like in a mostly finished form, but there are some things I want to go back and tweak for next time. Please let me know, especially you guys on YouTube. Please let me know in the comments section what you want to see changed, if anything. I'm definitely not perfect at making overlays, if anyone couldn't tell. I'm just kind of a random bumpkin who kind of knows his way around Photoshop a little bit. And because of what time it is and what I gotta do tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. It might also be Monday. I'll update you guys a little bit more later about that. But I'm going to go ahead and cut and run for you, and we're going to do this so that we're doing this at the same time for YouTube and Twitch. So before we do that, we're going to get those shout-outs out of the way first. First one that I'm going to recommend is... Let me just do a quick refresh. I want to try to be better about this moving forward, where like we do the stuff on the secondary platform first, and then we cut the stream in both directions right at about the same time. Okay, if you guys want action RPGs, not really the same wheelhouse as this, but if you want something different, go check out a chap named Lazy Runs. He's playing through Black Myth Wukong, which is something I want really bad, but I'm probably gonna have to save up money for way more important things. As for the second streamer... We're gonna shout out Honorable Rage. They are playing through old school RuneScape right now, but it looks like a different game for whatever reason. Nonetheless, I feel this almost looks like it's Stardew Valley, but I know that can't quite be right. Anyway, I'm gonna shout them out regardless. Alright, ladies and gents, that's gonna do it. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever you like. Most people call me Coin. My senators and inductees. All the links are either in the description, or they're in the About Me section on Twitch. Please feel free to check out those at any given point. All the panels, with the exception of maybe one or two of them on Twitch, are interactable. You just click on the panel and it takes you to a link, and the link has important information. Please read through that stuff. Please also check out my Discord, which is either in the description in the link tree or is in the About Me section on Twitch. Again, all the panels are interactable. Please feel free to check them out. And with that, stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.